In ESO, I'm stuck on collected tribute for Song Amdir. I don't see anything but tigers. Where is this beast I have to kill? There it is. It's a troll.
He was much easier.
No. Damn it. Why does he get the... I don't get to hit him, but he gets to hit me. Difficulty vestige. God damn it, I was so far from him. God damn it. You are not changing the difficulty. Go back, motherfucker. What is your problem? Change the difficulty, it's buggy. Change the difficulty, go. ESO, it's not letting me change the difficulty off Vestige. What's wrong? There we go. So now I should be able to kick his ass. I like the werewolf. I think it's fun. Spec skills. Oh, there we go. Unlocked a wearable front too. Okay. So I guess I don't drop points right away, but anyway, cheat skills, robustness. Lunar blessings. Cancel. Class, weapon. Passive abilities for armor, heavy armor, resolve, constitution. There'll be 2 pieces of medium equipped, yeah. So stamina recovery. Spend those points. Weapon, two-handed, bow, destruction staff, trifocus. Oh no. Dead. At least there was only one here. What is he? He's an executioner. Mashif Rahim. Send me home. Yeah, at least there's only one of us. Iran. Fit ship. Cool. And then in the bay, good. And then I want 10 ventures. Package all 16. Here is 17 ventures. We're going to put 10 in there. 13. 13. I don't know. Sure. Bring venture holes out. Okay. Cool. I don't want... I want a micro warp drive. And I would like to put a cloak. Approved cloaking device, prototype cloaking device 1. And unfit, and I want to say set filter for slot for a micro warp drive. 50 mm micro warp drive 1. And shield extender. Save as Posh venture. I am fit. Very good. The ship's worth 37 mil. Oh no, you can't do this. That works. Posh venture. Yes, update. Hi, pretty kitty. You know, I think I'm going to shut all the windows and doors in here. I'll be right back. Hi, kitty. Okay, going to haul out to Posh Vaughn. So good. Hi, kitty. Oh, you can devour corpses to get health back? Wow. Hi, kitty. Beautiful. Oh, cutter. Yeah. Okay, kitty. You beautiful. Oh, cutter. I don't know. I want... No, I guess that's it. I have 13 points to spend. I don't know what else I would put them in. All my changes, huh? I guess the spec's not that bad, but as a good point, so I'll put it into werewolf. Hi, beautiful kitty. Definitely can't handle two of them, I know that. Giant scorpion. Oh, you leash, you son of a fucking whore. Why did you leash? Oh, fucking damn it. 2 jumps. Not bad. Hopefully I make it. Oh no! Oh, I thought it was a bubble. I was like, oh no, is it a bubble? No, it wasn't a bubble, no. I did it. I'm getting better at the micro warp drive trick. What? I made it with 13 ventures. Yay, I made it. 12 fits. Nice. Not bad. Cool. There we go. It's a lot of ventures. 12 ventures and okay. Oh, it's R, huh? It's R. What? Get on him. What? Come on, man. I did not even touch that mob. Get your fucking hate first. Sorry, kid. Let me hit your tail. I'm so sorry, kid. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Get your threat fixed, man. I didn't do anything. I have Wall of Elements, do I? Okay, I didn't know that. Wall of Fire. So oh, okay. That is actually something I should use. I didn't realize. Rank 20, huh? No, I got another one. Oh, come on. Sabatons of Magica. wish I could see my pet health bar all the time. What? He fucking one-shot me, that son of a bitch. Right at the end, that son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Kitty. Just gonna touch her. Just gonna touch her. This mage is a bitch. Same exact ones I'm wearing. I'm having fun. I think ESO might be a good new game for me. It's getting late. I'm going to take the chance to... to fill a cargo container. I've been getting kind of ganked, but yeah. Kitty. I love my kitty. Okay. Oh, I don't have anything to know. Tomorrow is Saturday. I don't have anything to do. Just walk. Good deck law patrols here, but I'm not totally sure. I think that's actually a different part of the mountain. Maybe that's a monument now, I guess. I don't know. So I didn't get up the mountain, I kind of went down it. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'll probably be fine. I'll just follow this. next time. Hey. Oh, sorry, kitty. I didn't mean to kick you. She's like, what? I'm sorry, kitty. That's not a good place to stay. I'm going to end up kicking you. Sorry. This game's a lot better than I thought it would be. Difficulty made it way better. Game's way better than it's ever been. I like the pet. I like the pet. It reminds me of Beastmaster, actually. Oh, there is a way through. Good. No. Oh, that guy distracted me and I got sent out of the fucking dungeon. Oh, damn it. Fucking asshole. Just wouldn't dock? Don't know. Thank you very much. God damn it. He was at 1 health. I don't think I can tank on werewolf, like not in this difficulty level. I might not actually like the spec. I don't know. This spec can't tank. Like, it's not an ideal spec for this play. Hi, kitty. You're bored, huh? He one-shot me. Son of a bitch-ass mage. Full health from 100 to 0. I forgot how strong of a stealth game this is. That makes sense. Oh, for fuck's sake. Mage is a real problem. The game's a lot more fun now that it's hard. I kind of suspected it would be. to eat dinner. I will make sausages. And, mashed potatoes. You always do Link now. It's so annoying. Oh, the arrow went through the stone. Damn it. I should have gotten the Fort Atlas warp. I may do, actually. I might go do that, because you can warp to Fort Atlas. Seems worth it, because it'll save me a lot of time. That's the first thing I'm going to do, is all that walking. Auto tickets, woodland camo paint for the 10mm sub. That's cool because I'm using that. Per coins, carry weight boosters. Cannery recipe bundle. I don't know what a cannery is. I know what it is, but I mean, it's like I don't know what it is in the game. Alright, cool. Progress on the season. Oh no. This is Brodo J and Brenda, something or another. Okay, I'm gonna cook my dinner here since I'm in between.
I don't know if you've taken a look at the state of the world recently, but things are not good, and it's all
your channel. He's a new person I've not seen before. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go start my dinner.
your fault. Well, if you happen to be under 30, anyway. Kevin O'Leary, a man worth $400 million, who also starred in Marty Supreme for some reason,
This one is for me.
recently went viral for mocking America's youth and our eating habits.
Can't stand it when I see kids that are making 70 grand a year, spending $28 for lunch. I mean, that's just stupid.
Right, because in the face of a youth unemployment rate comparable to the 2008 Great Recession and inflation that hasn't been seen since the 1970s, no guys, it's actually the salads you eat that are why you're struggling. Never mind the fact that Kevin O'Leary's own restaurant will charge you $25 for a Caesar salad, or if you're willing to pinch pennies and be frugal, a mere $24 for the house salad. Tip not included. In the last several months/years, economic conditions in America, particularly for young people, have been bad. And given that the US is currently feuding with Iran like the toxic couple you knew freshman year of college, except with significantly more war crimes, much of the global economy is also struggling. Let me read you a recent headline from the UK. More than 1 million young people aged 16 to 24 are not in education, employment, or training, with a new report stating that, quote, things are only getting worse. Say what you will about Britain, but you can always count on them to be full of optimism and positivity. I hope my friends from Old Blighty don't feel too alone though, because as this man from Wisconsin is going to demonstrate, this is truly a global phenomenon. The one that got away. Summer after high school when we first met. Ow, ow. And here I thought people from Wisconsin were mostly into, like, I don't know, watching the Green Bay Packers or getting a lot of DUIs. No, it turns out they're also into filming front-facing TikToks of them in visible distress due to late-stage capitalism. But yeah, I mean, housing prices are out of control, AI could take all of our jobs and has already inspired a lot of mass corporate layoffs, but I want you to ignore all that, because the real problem is that Gen Z is spending too much money on their lunches. And everyone from the millionaires to even this guy, who has what I would describe as big I live in a shack energy, think that we're the problem. I paid $5 for all this just a couple months ago at a bar in rural upstate NY. 2 mini burgers plus pickle for $1. 2 pickled eggs for $1. Labatt Blue, $2. Tip, $1. Y'all suck at being poor. LOL. Firstly, he appears to be eating this meal in the tool shed where Jeffrey Dahmer killed small woodland creatures before he graduated to human beings. Secondly, this looks revolting. You know, initially I was going to admonish at shagbark_hick for not leaving a more generous tip, but if somebody served me a bunch of rancid looking eggs in a paper bowl, I don't think I'd be tipping at all. I would be running before the bar owner locked the door and skinned me alive. And if by some miracle you do think this looks appetizing, unfortunately Mr. Hick is choosing to gatekeep the locale on Twitter. But he is offering, if anyone wants to take him up on this generous proposal, if you find yourself in the 315, he will gladly show it to you himself. Which leads me to believe he may be working in cahoots, Sweeney Todd style, with whatever potential serial killer is operating this restaurant. Good choice of beer though, go Bills. What I'd like to talk about today goes beyond this very disgusting meal posted by someone who I won't really make fun of because let's face it, prior to my haircut I was arguably hairier than him. No, I want to get into this whole trend. How have we gotten to a point where mainstream media has reinvented the millennials eating avocado toast news cycle from first principles? How did we get to a point where some of those same millennials are mocking Gen Z because they don't want to eat cheese sandwiches for lunch? And I also want to make fun of some truly deluded boomer takes, because that's always fun, and it's several months until I make everything awkward at the family Thanksgiving by bringing up politics. So today we are examining the Gen Z lunch/affordability crisis, and we're going to see if there's a solution that doesn't just involve mocking young people for using DoorDash. Although, full disclosure, I have seen John Oliver's piece on delivery apps, so respectfully, I'll probably be doing some of that too. My name is Patrick, but my friends call me Pat. Please like, comment, subscribe. These are all free ways to help support the channel, and it really does matter. I'm also on social media, and you can also follow my podcast. But more importantly, you can be in my podcast. If you have a problem you want me to help solve, dial this number on the screen, which I still don't have memorized. That might be a running bit, but I'm really bad at memorization. If you call in, your voicemail with your problem may be featured on the show. The first few episodes should be coming out imminently, if not already. But most importantly, Heart back by popular demand. I think it's worth taking a good look at this man who truly started this latest cycle of internet virality and discussion surrounding affordability. That would be Mr. Wonderful Kevin O'Leary. Because while Gen Z has always been poor, did it really matter until a rich person started talking about it and making fun of us for it? Of course not.
I'm 10 years old, but
You. We're all out. You're an get the out of here. Oh!
This isn't even the first time that the Shark Tank oligarch has slammed the youth for their so-called laziness and poor decisions. In 2022, he stated, quote, "People that shut down their laptop at 5 and want balance in life, they don't work for me. I hope they work for my competitors." I guess this perspective makes sense if your entire economic role in the economy is to suck out as much value as you can from your employees.
I was born in 1601. I'm a vampire.
But I find this disgusting. People shouldn't be stigmatized for wanting a life outside of work. And yes, I am editing this and writing this and filming this at 8 p.m., but that's mostly because I'm a YouTuber and because I've started going jogging in the mornings again. And I can confidently tell you that I am not a jogging type of person, and my shins hurt, and I'm tired.
He's got those autistic eyes. See him? I got him too.
But the point remains. It's obvious that people like O'Leary think very highly of themselves and think that their opinion holds a lot of weight because they were successful in the business world.
You're an get the out of here.
But the only financial advice that Kevin O'Leary is really qualified to actually offer is that anyone who'll pay his ridiculous cameo fee of $1,500 in exchange for him listlessly singing happy birthday shouldn't be allowed to own a credit card.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Miriam. It's better than the alternative.
Oh, that's actually a good reminder. If you see that stupid hat he's been wearing it a lot as he's made the rounds on cable news, trying to drum up public support for his new AI data center he's building in Utah. O'Leary is promoting a truly massive complex that, when it is finally completed, it will consume nearly twice the power of the entire state of Utah, which, by the way, has just declared that they are in an emergency state of drought. But it's fine. It's not like AI data centers use a lot of water or anything, right? And it's not like Utah specifically has a lake, maybe even a great one, filled with salt that has been measurably shrinking in recent years. Right? None of that seemed to matter to the local politicians who approved the project despite rather, shall we say, vocal local opposition.
For hell's sake, grow up.
I find it rather revealing when a crowd of people shouts down a politician saying people over profits, and then those same politicians go into a back room to pass a bill that will undoubtedly put profits over people. No, they didn't go to that back room. If only. But the county commissioners of Box Elder County, after being booed off the stage, went to a separate room and then broadcast a live stream of them approving the project to a crowd of hundreds of irate residents.
There is no one on this commission or any other county elected official that is going to benefit from this project financially or otherwise.
You know, my t-shirt saying I don't take bribes from big corporations is really raising a lot of questions that I thought would be answered by my t-shirt saying that I don't take bribes from big corporations. Anyone who thinks these county commissioners won't be rewarded handsomely for approving this deeply unpopular multi-billion-dollar project is a complete moron. I try to assume the best in people, and sometimes people can be misinformed, but if you seriously don't think that Kevin O'Leary isn't gonna get down on his hands and knees and suck off this little dude's Halloween costume-ass mustache, well, I have a bridge in Brooklyn I'd like to sell you. Lots of people film TikToks there, but it's still a pretty nice bridge.
In New York
So that AI data center has been approved and it will get built, essentially tripling the power consumption of an entire state, but I'm sure it's fine. AI is becoming such a big problem for everyone, including Gen Z, that we actually now have AI influencers talking about how bad things are. And I guarantee you, whatever you think his voice is gonna sound like, you are wrong.
Gen Z is on track to be the first generation in modern history to be poorer than their parents.
So yes, it does appear that an AI yassified model with the voice of the gingerbread man from Shrek,
Do you know the Muffin Man?
even that entity, I don't want to call him a guy, even that entity realizes how dire the economic prospects are for Gen Z. But speaking of gingerbread, let's recenter this discussion on the real issue. No, it's not AI taking our jobs,
with you
idiot.
this whole
It's that we spend too much money on lunch.
So they're adding companions to Fallout 76, which is really good. Because I need a tank. Grom is fucked up. This is a toilet. They converted it. This Gatling laser is good.
Duh.
I'm the bad guy.
Donnie, or I don't want to call him a guy,
You know
an AI yassified model with the voice of
than their parents. Gen Z.
and I guarantee Gen Z that we actually now have AI influencers talking about how bad things are. And I guarantee you, whatever you think his voice is gonna sound like, you are wrong.
Gen Z is on track to be the first generation in modern history to be poorer than their parents.
So yes, it does appear that an AI yassified model with the voice of the gingerbread man from Shrek,
Do you know the Muffin Man?
even that entity, I don't want to call him a guy, even that entity realizes how dire the economic prospects are for Gen Z. But speaking of gingerbread, let's recenter this discussion on the real issue. No, it's not AI taking our jobs, idiot. It's that we spend too much money on lunch. Duh.
I'm the bad guy.
Duh. I think the best way to start with this contentious yet profoundly stupid debate is with this tweet. Here's my lunch for today, just as it has been for many, many days during my life. I'm 31YO, happier and healthier than I've ever been. So just so we're all on the same page, his lunch is 1 peanut butter and jelly sandwich, 2 small clementines, and a snack-sized bag of Funyuns. Dear viewer, it seems like now would be an opportune time to remind you of 2 things. 1, the United States is the wealthiest country in the history of the world. And 2, Ben Clare, did your parents sign your permission slip yet? If they don't sign it, you're not going to be able to go on your 4th grade end-of-year trip to the Six Flags amusement park. And it seems like you already got your lunch packed and ready to go. I do find it funny that one of the most popular rebuttals to the idea of Gen Z complaining about a cost of living crisis is this guy, who's claiming that we should all be content to eat a small bag of Funyuns once a day, every day, for the rest of our lives. I'm not really sure I buy your claim of being healthier than you've ever been if a third of your total caloric input is just peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and bags of onion-flavored corn chips. The Funyuns website describes them as, quote, a different snack, so take note, Gen Z. Stop spending money on lunches and spend more money on different snacks, including their newest flavor, Funyuns Flaming Hot, which makes my anus quake merely at the sight of them. This goes beyond nutritiously deficient sandwiches, though, because, after all, millions of
Makes my anus quake at the sight of
people eat them every day, most of them children in middle school, but that's beside the point. No. Because what I'm getting at is also an issue of hypocrisy. Because just 2 years ago, this same guy was complaining about rising prices. Everything keeps going up. Bills, taxes, groceries, everything. I wonder what might have changed between 2024 and 2026. Maybe it has to do with a certain guy winning a certain election. Maybe a certain person who happened to have a cameo role in Home Alone 2, Lost in New York.
Down the hall and to the left.
Thanks.
Right, because if you're conservative, it goes from a cost of living crisis to Gen Z being entitled, depending on who occupies the Oval Office. That makes sense. It's incredibly dishonest to modulate your outrage at the economy depending on who the president is. It's not like they have access to levers saying economy good, bad, gas prices good, bad. That's not really how it works. Although, to his credit, Donald Trump actually did manage to find the lever on gas prices good, bad, and he made it go bad. He pulled it towards bad by going to war with one of the largest exporters of oil in the entire world, for basically no good reason. But credit to him, I guess. 你好。
请问你能告诉我哪里可以买到白色款的魔爪 Monster 能量饮料吗？
Materially, most of the things that are considered to be essential to life, like, housing and food, have gone up at a rate that has massively outpaced inflation. And in an effort to explain this to my fellow Americans, imagine a burger. The Whopper, in fact, the burger we're talking about, which really sounds like it was named by Willy Wonka, but that burger used to be 99 cents in the 1980s. But that was a promotional price, you couldn't get it every day, so fine. This is a real menu from a Seattle area Burger King in 1982, and the Whopper used to be $1.39. Now, let's look at a different Burger King menu, also from the Seattle area today, and see how much a Whopper costs. Holy, what the fuck? A Whopper today will now set you back $8.49, which is a little bit higher than what it would cost if it had tracked directly with inflation at $4.91. So just in the past few decades, and frankly in the past few years post-COVID, we have seen things like lunch go up at a rate that is simply astronomical. This research is brought to you by the subreddit r/Burger King, which even in the 10 minutes I spent browsing has completely ruined my internet browsing history, probably forever. If I died suddenly, I'm not sure what would be more embarrassing for my ghost, to be looking hopefully down and seeing either my internet search history having all, the porn, or seeing all the time I spent on r/Burger King and r/Chipotle to do research for this video. The large protein cup is a great idea. The ad shows filled to the brim. I actually got much less. The lady at the counter specifically told the lady filling it not to fill it up. This was at the Glen Mills, PA location at noon on April 3rd. Perhaps this is the greatest sign we're in a cost of living crisis. People are spending their free time going on the Reddit Chipotle subreddit to complain that their puppy dog chow bowl wasn't filled up enough. I also love how that poster included the date, time, and location in that post. Like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with that information? If I ever find myself in Glen Mills, PA, am I meant to accost the manager? Hey, asshole, on April 3rd at noon, you screwed Sans 1947 out of approximately 1.2 ounces of beef barbacoa. Time to pay the piper, motherfucker! I'd also add that given the year in that username, there is a non-zero chance that there's a 79-year-old man using Reddit to beef, pun intended, with a fast casual Tex-Mex chain. No offense, but if you are 79, you should be using your, frankly, rather limited time a little bit more wisely. Like making TikToks in your car where you yell about how entitled the younger generations are. Well, this guy isn't 79, but spiritually, his attitude is 79.
Why Gen Z is so sad. We were the one drinking out of hot-ass water hoses. And not from our own house, but from other people's houses. You know why? Because Saturday morning, we got woken up early in the morning and got kicked out of our house and weren't allowed back in until the lights came on.
So, okay, a lot to unpack there. Firstly, it's a funny bit to describe your childhood neglect as a quirky generational difference rather than what it was, which was borderline abuse. Look, obviously kids should be allowed to roam and explore and have freedom without parental supervision. That goes without saying, but they probably shouldn't be literally kicked out of the house. Although that being said, I can understand why his parents might have done that to him because he probably was a very annoying child. He's certainly a very annoying adult. Secondly, I don't understand why there's this boomer mentality about drinking water out of hoses as being a signifier of some immense hardship that younger generations have never had to experience. Guys, your parents served in World War II. I think that was just a little harder than drinking water out of a garden hose. Oh, the water was warm. Okay, so what? I actually prefer it if the water's a little warm. This is complete cope. I'm saying this because my apartment really does not get cold water.
See, we didn't have anxiety, depression. And if we did, our parents would laugh at us. And we sure weren't gonna get antidepressants.
Mr. Nuffnose, you do realize that people in the 1970s had anxiety and depression. Your parents just didn't like you. Honestly, with the amount of times you've brought up your parents in this very brief TikTok, it suggests to me that Freud would have had a field day with your feeble little mind. Maybe you subconsciously want to f your mother and your father. Happy Pride Month, everybody.
Your life is difficult. In fact, your life is way easier than the generations before you. So you probably should be thankful that you didn't have to go through the bullshit that we went through.
Alright, so I think I finally understand this guy with the second craziest eyes I've ever seen, second only to Matt from Big Brother 26.
Look at your freaking eyes, Matt. They're like, oh.
It all comes back to this concept of, we had it tough growing up and you're soft, you're soft. Dude, you probably could pay for your college tuition with one summer working minimum wage. The out-of-state tuition for Ohio State to attend for 4 years is now $240,000. Now, I'm not saying anyone should pay that amount of money to Ohio State to attend out of state for $240,000. I am merely remarking that's how much it costs. It's ludicrous and indefensible to claim that things have not gotten exponentially more expensive compared to what they should, relative to inflation, from now compared to the latter half of the 20th century. And nowhere is this attitude of boomer entitlement more clear than in this tweet, which is maybe one of the funniest things I've ever seen. Dear Gen Z, my mother ate large sandwiches when she was a girl. She lived in a dirt floor shack with no electricity or indoor plumbing. Fuck you and your whining about the cost of a mocha latte. Alright everybody, pack it up, stop complaining about how you're never gonna be able to buy a home, because this guy's mom ate large sandwiches. This almost reads as an over-the-top parody, but no, I can assure you this guy, just like everyone else I've shown in this video, is being 100% genuine, because he's also accused the queer community of being a bunch of pedophiles taking over Sesame Street, which, is such an outrageous claim that even my racist grandfather would be like, whoa there, buddy, that's a little crazy. Can I see some sources to back that up? To summarize, I'm supposed to not care about my material conditions getting worse because this guy's mom had a shitty childhood, and to emphasize, it was his mom who was living in the shack without indoor plumbing. This guy's childhood, at the very minimum, had a toilet. You ain't your mama, dumbass. I'm not bitching about my circumstances either. No, you're not, but Elias, you are bitching about other people bitching, essentially. Other people are filming TikToks in their cars crying about how they're never gonna be able to afford a home, and you're complaining at them and saying that they are irrational because your mom lived in the type of place that a 7-year-old builds in Minecraft, except in real life. Believe it or not, that house is actually listed on Zillow right now for $650,000, but it's in a really good location, guys. Also, again, you're seeing in this guy's attitude sort of the boomer ethos of I suffered, therefore you should suffer, which is both psychotic and the mentality of the average fraternity at Ohio State. Bro, come on, it's not gay. I had to do the same thing when I was a freshman, so just put the goldfish up your asshole and tell Nemo to just keep swimming, just keep swimming. But this guy perfectly demonstrates an attitude that I find reprehensible, because instead of saying no one should live like my mom who had to eat large sandwiches and sleep on the dirt, he's using her experience as a cudgel on young people who are complaining about the state of the world. Look at this sweet old lady. Do you think she'd want her memory to be used as a sort of rhetorical whataboutism to defend billionaires amidst a cost of living crisis? No, of course not. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm just going to look at a completely unrelated image of a bunch of white people protesting school integration and Ruby Bridges in the 1960s. Oh no, she slotted in there so easy. She fits in there real good. And the last genre of person who's been weighing into this discussion that I'd like to talk about is one that I would like to call condescending, yet also misinformed. And it starts with this guy. Okay, kids, 1 pound chicken breast, 1 bell pepper, 1 onion, 1 cup soy sauce, 1 tablespoon curry powder. With rice, that's 3 meals. So to address the obvious, you will not need to worry about never being able to retire if you are putting a cup of soy sauce in all of your dishes, because you will be dying at the age of 54 from heart disease. I think you immediately ruin your point if you're lecturing the kids from a position of so-called moral superiority, and yet you fuck up one of the most basic recipes imaginable by adding 1 full cup of soy sauce to a stir fry that features 1 pound of chicken breast and 1 bell pepper. There's also a bit of an assumption that 1/3 of a pound of chicken breast, roughly 200 calories, is enough for 1 full meal. But maybe all of the excess sodium from your cup of soy sauce will tide over your hunger pains. Hypertension. There are also people with even more bellicose dispositions and even more outrageous recipe suggestions. 1 glass of milk, 35 cents. 2 slices of toast, 20 cents. 2 Kraft Singles cheese slices, 50 cents. 1 scoop of butter, 18 cents. Estimated total breakfast cost, $1.23. Gen Z is our slur. So look, we're gonna discuss the notion of eating in the home versus eating outside the home in just a little bit, but I first want to ask, what the fuck does this guy think he's accomplishing with this post? Obviously, it's less expensive to cook at home if you're eating like a cross between a picky 5-year-old and a dog rummaging through the trash, but is this enjoyable? Look at that cheese. Look at that cheese. Doesn't it just look so appetizing? I personally love when my food both looks like plastic and is a color that you can find in nature. I mean, there are prisoners who eat better than this. This isn't a counterfactual saying that Gen Z is spending too much money. This is a factual saying that your life is depressing. Imagine waking up every day with your glass of milk and your fake cheese and your 1 single scoop of peanut butter and thinking, this is awesome. My life's great. I definitely don't want to, myself. This goes back to the argument being made by some people, particularly from older generations, that Gen Z is, well, I'm not gonna use the slur that guy just used, but that Gen Z is not managing their money well. Cooking at home will always be cheaper than eating out, so they say. This is, for the most part, correct, but I do feel that it is missing some important context. One of the more widely circulated graphs I've seen in the last several weeks is this one, saying that Gen Z spends 46% of their total food budget on restaurants and 22% on delivery apps, which is much higher than previous generations. I do have to make a disclaimer though that this data is specifically from Vancouver, so it's certainly possible that a particular bespectacled streamer and 1/2 of the population over consuming a certain food might be skewing the data.
Women love sushi. That's the whole joke.
But yes, Gen Z is spending a lot of money on delivery apps, which are, let's face it, evil. Do I use them? Maybe once a month or so, and I feel regret the entire time. But yeah, they are evil. You end up paying $30 for a burrito, all for the person driving your burrito to not have health insurance and be underpaid, and also sometimes for them to get hit by a car. And if you don't believe me, you can go watch my video where I binged all the Final Destination films and got a very concerning text in the middle of it.
Fighting
Oh my god.
He said, sorry for the delay, a car hit me.
But I want to add specifically as it relates to the
Sorry for the delay, a car hit me.
But I want to add specifically as it relates to the restaurant component of that. If you look at the overall rates, not just the fraction of total food budget, things seem significantly more even. According to this graph, again dealing with frequency of going to restaurants, basically everyone under the age of 60 goes to them at roughly similar rates. And if you look at raw percentage of total money spent, Gen Z is actually underperforming all of the other generations. However, that's mostly because most of us are broke, unfortunately. Except I will say in my personal experience living in New York City, you do actually tend to meet most of the people from Gen Z who are actually making very good money. I've met a ton of people who were just able to kind of parlay being the type of child who was wearing glasses and went to math league meets into working in finance and making $200,000 a year.
Who's laughing now?
Good for them. Unfortunately, even with their wages thrown into the average, most of Gen Z is making about a quarter of that and are lagging other older generations. Still, depressing broke tangent aside, let's put that up, let's get our money up, let's put that aside. I want to go back to this notion that eating outside the house is somehow a signifier of opulence and luxury. And to disprove this claim, we're gonna need to go back to the Roman Empire. We still talk about you, SPQR, and me personally, I probably think about you at least once a day. The concept of eating at a restaurant in general literally goes back to ancient Mesopotamia, and in ancient Rome, it goes back to the proliferation of these things that were called thermopolia. I butchered that one. Thermopolia were the antiquity equivalent of fast food stores, and just in the city of Pompeii alone, there were over 150 of them. And I mean, let's face it, Pompeii was a third-rate podunk town that nobody frickin' respected until it got volcanoed to death. He's only famous because he got captured. I like cities that weren't captured. Although the Bastille song, admittedly, fire. Just like the fires that burned down that city. But most places that people lived in ancient Rome, particularly if you had less money, literally did not have kitchens. So your only options if you wanted food were to find it outside of your home. The same thing was true in America. As Americans urbanized and more people moved to cities, a lot of the places where people were living did not have kitchens. So we saw the rise of automats and luncheonettes and diners and all a variety of businesses where people would cook food for you and you would eat it because you could not cook food in your home. The idea that you, as one single person, can go to the store, individually buy all of the ingredients needed to make a certain dish, and be able to do it cheaper than a restaurant that is buying in bulk all of these things at scale, is relatively new, historically speaking, at least in America. This is assuming you weren't a impoverished farmer raising a pig that you'd grow emotionally attached to before butchering it and making it into salt pork before dying at the age of 41 from rickets. Those guys were cooking their own food, pretty much all of it. I want to end this video by discussing one of the more popular TikToks discussing the cost of living crisis, and in true TikTok form, it is being recorded in someone's car.
At this point, I seriously think Gen Z is just screwed. In 2026, Gen Z just simply earns way less than it costs to survive. And wages just keep going down, and the cost of living just keeps going up. You're not failing in life. The system is just has completely fucked us over.
Yeah, not great. The sentiment of younger generations being screwed is incredibly popular on the internet, mostly because negativity drives everything when you're online and on social media, and also because people are genuinely struggling. Even the objectively poor financial decisions from young people, i.e. more delivery apps, more DoorDash, I think are a byproduct of a wider disenfranchisement and dissatisfaction with the economy as it stands. If I'm in 50 grand of student loan debt, why not put on some more credit card debt to get Wingstop? It's not like it really matters, and Wingstop, objectively, delicious. And moving beyond DoorDash, which again is evil, everyone wants to blame Gen Z for not being personally accountable by spinning this notion that eating fast food and going to restaurants is some sort of unique luxury and not something that's literally been done since the Roman Empire. Rest in peace, Julius Caesar, you would have loved Olive Garden. There's a level of fatalistic doomerism, I think, that sets in when you, especially in the last few years, have seen all of your essentials, your education, your food, your housing rise at a rate that is well exceeding the ability of your wages to cover paying for it. Let's go full circle and talk about Kevin O'Leary's example at the start of the video. Someone making $70,000 a year, which is above average for Gen Z for what it's worth, but whatever, who is spending $28 a day on lunch. Sure, okay. And let's say they're able to reduce their daily lunch expenditure when they're working to $8.
Let's say you make 70 grand a year, 300 days a year, you buy 20, no, call it 30. You spend $30 on DoorDash. 300 days a year times $30 a day. About 9 grand a year. That's still only 1/7 of your yearly income, but that's a lot. That's a lot to spend on just delivery. But that's still only 1/7 of your income, though.
Ignoring the fact that Kevin O'Leary seemingly has no idea how much a sandwich costs.
You know, you go to work, you spend $15 on a sandwich. What are you, an idiot? It costs you 99 cents to make a sandwich at home and bring it with you.
These people do not live in the same world as us. I'm sorry. Even that guy, if you remember him, that shitty peanut butter cheese bread thing cost 24 more cents than what Kevin O'Leary is saying it costs to make a sandwich. And I wouldn't feed that shit to my worst enemy. Assuming you work 48 weeks a year, 5 days a week, and you save $20 on each of those days because you're only spending 8 and you used to be spending 28, you've now saved $4,800 over the course of an entire year. Hooray! Except, oh no, here's an example from my real life. Let's talk about my old 3-bedroom apartment, which I shared with 2 roommates, but for the sake of argument, let's say that, like, I want to have a family and kids, because older people are always wondering why we're not doing that anymore. The last year before I moved, our rent was hiked from $3,300 to $3,600. And if you multiply that over the course of an entire year, that's an additional $3,300 more dollars I'm now having to spend on rent, which is an 8.333% increase year to year, which is insane, by the way. And you add in an $85 fee, which cannot be waived because I want the audacity to pay for my rent online. And now, for the privilege of cutting my lunch budget to the bone, over the course of an entire year, I have saved $480. Yay! Which, if I ever want to buy my own home, the down payment for that in Massachusetts is $78,000. So taking in the savings I'll be getting from cutting my lunch budget to the bone, I'll have saved up for a down payment in, let's run the math here, 162.5 years. Yay! Sure, I'll have been dead for 100 years, but the reward I get for eating like a toddler every day at work is that I'll be able to have saved up for a house while I'm in my grave. So for all this talk of Gen Z is spending too much money on sandwiches, buddy, I think there's a lot fucking more to this story. Alright, so now we get to the end of the video where I tell you how things are going to get better.
Well, we can return to community. Mutual aid, that's a thing. The collective, let's do that somehow. We can start like reading groups. Play Scrabble with our neighbors.
Yes, I do not have the answers at all, but I hope that this video made you laugh. And I'd just like to add, I don't really like generational discourse, but I hate it when older people are telling me I'm spending my money wrong, when literally, as I've been writing this script, the cost of my McDonald's order has gone up 80 cents. And the fact that I know that, does it suggest that there's a cost of living crisis? Yes. But it also suggests that that's a little sad. But that's gonna do it for me, guys. My name is Patrick, but my friends call me Pat. If you enjoyed my video, please like, comment, and subscribe. These are all free ways to help out the channel, and they do help me out personally. Let me know down below, is there a cost of living crisis? I feel like I'm gonna get a lot of people telling me they eat sandwiches. You're allowed to eat a sandwich, but the sandwich as outlined in this this video is depressing, and that person should not eat that. And as always, my name is Patrick, but my friends call me Pat, and I'll see you for the next one.
So, the New York Times just published a lengthy report from Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan that gives us a behind-the-scenes look at the sheer panic and paranoia that consumed the Trump regime at the height of the Epstein scandal last summer. And even though I don't think any of it was particularly surprising, it was still really fascinating to me because it paints a vivid picture of Donald Trump's minions and how they operate, and gives you a sense of just how naive, incompetent, and amoral these people really are. You also learn about the depths that they were willing to stoop to in order to do damage control for Donald Trump, and interestingly enough, you also learn who they were willing to enlist in their
Yeah, so when I press summon familiar, nothing happens. No, I'm glitched or something dumb. I think. It was something about that.
Their propaganda effort, and Joe Rogan's name came up multiple times in this piece, seemingly because the Trump regime saw him as an extension of themselves, which is embarrassing for Joe Rogan and all of his fans, assuming he still has fans in 2026. But to give you some context, nobody on Trump's team seemed to care at all about the substance of the Epstein files. Rather, they treated it like it was a public relations issue, yet handled it with the severity that you would expect from a fucking national security crisis. I say that because they frequently met in the secure bunker in the Situation Room, the same one, by the way, where this photo was taken of Obama's team during their mission to take out Osama bin Laden. That is how serious they were taking this PR crisis. And I think that that context is important because it speaks to how important Trump's reputation was to them. And that is a recurring theme throughout this piece. And the article never explicitly states this, but the subtext is that they had to make him look good.
Yeah, one of the funny things about the right wing is they'll turn on a dime and then they don't ever come back. And they're terrified of turning the right wing. Because they'll just bail on him. They'll bail on him and they'll demand someone new. Like when they demanded that Joe Biden stop. You know, they just demanded that Joe Biden was not president anymore. That's what they'll do to Trump too.
To stay in his good grace.
They're a fickle psycho, you know?
Basis. It was their main job, essentially. That's what they were there to do, not advise him on how to represent and serve the American people, but to make him look good. It's embarrassing. But these meetings, they were embarrassing for a different reason, because they were cooking up devious scheme after devious scheme to placate the MAGA base and get the public off of their backs. And that's where Joe Rogan's name came up. So then Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche recommended a searchable database for the Epstein files, which they did eventually create, even though the earlier version was scrapped. And we never really knew why they created this database, because some of the things in that database was genuinely damaging to Donald Trump, but the goal was to flood the zone, as we now know. Haberman and Swan explained, quote, "The conversation turned to how these files should be released to the public. The idea already in the works was to put all Epstein-related material on a website. That way, they could overwhelm the magosphere with far greater volumes of real information in the form of a huge database. They planned to release it all. Blanche could then appear on Rogan's podcast to promote the transparency from the White House." So you can see how Rogan was integral to their plan to placate the MAGA base. And to be clear, around the time when they were considering this particular strategy, it finally became evident to most of them, after a lot of denial, that the Epstein scandal wasn't going to go away, so they had to do something to satiate the demand for more information from MAGA diehards. And even though they didn't go with the original version of their database, they did later release one database with thousands and thousands of documents, many of which were heavily redacted. But nonetheless, there was still a lot of damning things in that database about Donald Trump that people found. And I remember asking myself at the time, why would they do this? And I suspected that it was either due to incompetence or because they wanted to overwhelm people by just releasing a bunch of stuff at once in order to dilute the potency of the most scandalous revelations. And it seems like that was indeed their goal, which they'd then top off with an appearance on the Joe Rogan Experience to jerk themselves off about how transparent they were being after months of zero transparency. It is quite the revelation. But the question is, was Joe Rogan willing to let them use him to shield themselves from fury over their handling of the Epstein files?
I can't believe Joe Rogan is their greatest hero. What an idiot. That's who you think's gonna save you? Joe fucking Rogan? The guy from Fear Factor? How well has television actors done for the Republican Party? I don't know. I think Reagan tanked America. I think fucking Trump tanked America. Do we really need another television host?
Would he actually try to help them clean up the mess that they made? And it seems like the answer to that question is yes, although, to be fair to Joe Rogan, he did have some conditions. So at a different meeting, the authors explain, the vice president once again pushed to release as much of the Epstein files as possible, and with an eye on the public messaging, he proposed that he should be the one to appear on Rogan's influential podcast. Vance had just gotten off the phone with Rogan, and he later told others that Rogan said he wouldn't have Blanche on his show, but would take Vance. Vance argued that if he were the one to appear on Rogan's show, then only a part of the conversation would be about Epstein. The rest of the interview, he told the group, could be about the president's recently passed legislation and what it would do for working families. In other words, Joe Rogan agreed to work with the Trump regime's cronies to help them do damage control and help them survive the Epstein firestorm. So he was willing to be a de facto state TV propagandist at their beck and call, which calls into question, of course, his independence as a commentator. Sure, maybe he'll criticize Trump here and there with the kid gloves on, of course, but this report exposes him as a regime lackey who's willing to play ball in the event they need his platform to bail them out of a tough situation. But to be fair to Joe Rogan,
just because a lot of people pay attention to you doesn't mean you have accreditation or I don't know what you would call it.
JD Vance didn't end up going back on his podcast in 2025 to my knowledge, so the plan to exploit his platform for damage control seemed to have fallen through. And I do think that there's two possible reasons for this. One, because Joe Rogan actually came to his senses maybe and realized that it was a bad look and downright immoral to run interference for a regime embroiled in a pedophile scandal, which is a possible explanation seeing as how he platformed Kash Patel a couple of months earlier, and Patel's lies about the Epstein files did not go well with Joe Rogan's audience. They fucking hated it. So If that happened again, Joe Rogan could potentially jeopardize his own integrity with his right-wing audience. But the second possibility is that Rogan might have thought that it would be a little bit too obvious what he was doing if he brought on the vice president to try to do damage control about the Epstein files, and maybe he thought bringing on somebody less close to the regime that would still downplay the Epstein files no less, would be more subtle, the more indirect way to get the message across. Now, I don't know what the answer to that question is, but regardless if Joe Rogan came to the rescue or not when they wanted him to, he has helped to sanitize the image of Epstein's associates, either wittingly or unwittingly. I say that because Joe Rogan's own fans started to notice how he kept platforming people in the Epstein files. Peter Attia, Peter Thiel, Reid Hoffman, Lawrence Krauss, not to mention Elon Musk and Trump himself, and the American Redact YouTube channel pointed out these bizarre decisions in a video that they published in February.
So now that people have had a few days to digest the millions of emails and documents linked to Jeffrey Epstein, it's now starting to appear that Joe Rogan's had a lot of people on his show that are now confirmed to have been closely linked to the predator and criminal himself.
Oh yeah, so he just is. He's like a Republican shill who's been helping these child molesters, huh?
Joe Rogan's platformed more than 9 different people and counting at this point, who were named in the files, sometimes thousands of different times. It all certainly raises more than a few questions.
Now, to be fair, Joe Rogan platformed these guests before the height of Trump's Epstein scandal, but with that being said, there was already ample evidence when he interviewed these guests that they were indeed implicated in the Epstein files in some way, shape, or form. Yet, as American Redacted explains, Rogan went out of his way to run interference for them anyway.
When you were introduced to him, how was he described to you?
He was described as one of the smartest tax people in the world.
Interesting.
And I probably was my moral weakness that I.
Well, how could you have known back then? He had never been arrested.
No, this was 2014. It was post arrest.
Oh, so his arrest was the first arrest, right?
Yeah,
which was like 2000.
07, 08.
Okay.
Upon learning this, though, Rogan doesn't even think twice before making excuses for Thiel, saying that he knows a lot of people who were tricked by Epstein, instantly letting Thiel off the hook.
He's like a right-wing mouthpiece now, and he's just like whitewashing these child molesters. Yeah, this was a good teleport. Now we go south again.
Hook.
But I thought he always had good judgment in people.
When the shit went down and Epstein gets arrested for the second time, were you like, oh, well, there you go?
I've thought about it. I thought a lot about it as a result. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure. Jesus Christ. Well, he tricked a lot of people. I know a lot of people that met that guy.
So that right there is the very reason why so many of these elites just love going on Joe's podcast. Because Joe's best friends with whoever's across the table with him that day. And he was probably so starstruck by Thiel and his connections that he never even thought to second guess the guy on his relationships with Jeffrey Epstein. Believe it or not, Joe's literally platformed Epstein's personal chef, Adam Perry Lang, who worked for Epstein for 4 years straight back in the late 90s, flying with him on his private jet to cook for him at Epstein's various different properties, including the infamous Epstein Island. And this was all public information prior to that podcast. So it was pretty strange that Joe didn't bring that up once. There was even an article written about it.
Yeah. Now, to be clear, nobody's accusing Joe Rogan of any wrongdoing, but if he was already personal friends with so many Epstein clients or associates, it's not surprising that JD Vance would see Joe Rogan as a useful idiot that would also willingly sanitize Donald Trump's image as well, since he already did that for Peter Thiel and Peter Attia, presumably for the love of the game. And what's even more embarrassing for Joe Rogan is that JD Vance also floated the idea during one of these meetings of getting Tucker Carlson to, get this, interview Ghislaine Maxwell, seemingly so that way she could publicly clear Donald Trump of any wrongdoing, as if we would believe anything she had to say. Now, there's no confirmation in the article that Vance actually made contact with Carlson about this particular interview, but as we now know, Carlson has fully broken with Donald Trump, whereas Joe Rogan, to this day, has not, despite criticisms that he may have of the regime here and there. So if Tucker Carlson, a paid propagandist for the right, is going harder against Donald Trump than Joe Rogan, who's ostensibly independent, what does that say about Joe Rogan? I think it says that he's not independent. He's not neutral. He's a right-wing stooge for all intents and purposes. And I think that he should feel deeply ashamed now that we all know that this far-right fascist regime thought that they could use him for their own purposes. That is deeply embarrassing. But the Joe Rogan stuff is just the tip of the fucking iceberg in this article, because there was an active effort by the regime to gag right-wing podcasters who were still pushing for the release of the Epstein files, including the late Charlie Kirk. The authors continue, on July 12th, the president took to Truth Social to defend Pam Bondi against criticism and to urge his boys and gals to stop wasting time and energy on Jeffrey Epstein, somebody that nobody cared about. More on this in a moment, by the way. Trump told aides he was very unhappy with some of his most influential supporters, including Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson, and Megyn Kelly, all of whom were publicly urging the administration to come clean. Kirk had held a Turning Point USA event the previous day that turned into an Epstein grievance fest, with one speaker after another bashing Bondi over her handling of the situation. Trump had called Kirk and scolded him. And Trump's pressure seemed to have worked, because days later, Charlie Kirk made this announcement on his podcast.
I'm done talking about Epstein for the time being. I'm going to trust my friends in the administration. I'm going to trust my friends in the government to do what needs to be done.
You bootlicker, you fucking cocksucker. Well, you're dead now.
Done. Solve it.
So what you did doesn't matter.
Balls in their hands. I've said
yeah, balls are in their hands. Yeah, definitely.
Plenty this last weekend.
Now, that's not the only time that Trump directly pressured somebody to shut up about Jeffrey Epstein, but when he did this, it didn't always work, as it did with Charlie Kirk. He also pressured Marjorie Taylor Greene, as we now know. He told her that they can't come out, can't release the files because it hurt some of his friends. And him, probably. He didn't say that, but, you know, if you read between the lines, that's part of it, because when has Trump cared about anybody but himself? Now, on top of that, before the Wall Street Journal released their story about Donald Trump's birthday message to Jeffrey Epstein, the article talks about how he did everything he could to bury that story. He threatened to sue them, which he later then did, and he even accused them of hating America if they published the story. And what was so striking to me in this article was the tension between Donald Trump and his lackeys when it came to...
If you tell everybody I'm a child rapist, you hate America, or whatever.
How this should be handled, because Trump's cronies, including JD Vance, they wanted to just rip off the Band-Aid and release it all, so that way they could put the issue to bed, but Trump wasn't having it for reasons, we'll say. Now, the author's right. There was one major obstacle in the path of a solution. The president himself still had no interest in transparency. He wanted the whole Epstein issue buried, and he was snapping at anyone who mentioned it. His staff largely avoided the subject in their conversations with him, forced to worry among themselves. Yeah, because I'm assuming it was a bit of a sore subject for him for reasons. And if you'll remember, he tweeted about how it was a hoax, and any one of his supporters that were still chirping about Epstein were past supporters, basically disavowing people who voted for him if they wouldn't shut the fuck up about Jeffrey Epstein. But behind the scenes, his cronies were trying to help him in any way they could, even though every single thing he was doing was making their jobs harder, because it was so fucking suspicious. Like, he was acting in a way that somebody who's guilty would act for reasons. But no matter how hard they tried, they simply could not thread the needle in a way that would satisfy both Donald Trump and his base, given his defiance. And trust me, they tried really, really hard. Todd Blanche, for example, was the one that came up with the idea of calling for the release of grand jury testimonies in the old Epstein trials, because that wouldn't necessarily yield any new information that would damage Donald Trump. And on top of that, it would be pretty difficult to get the courts to unseal that information, which Todd Blanche hoped would happen, because then he would be able to shift blame from them to judges, ideally Democratic ones, to deflect culpability, right? So that was the situation he was trying to come up with. But I mean, as you now know, none of those attempts to placate the base worked. And behind the scenes, They were all losing their fucking shit over this because it was almost impossible to cover this up and because Donald Trump was making their lives hell. And I'm glad that he did that, but it's just gross that they're still complying and trying to do this. Now, the article explains how, in spite of their bravado, it was paralyzing the regime behind the scenes, with his cronies forced to try to reconcile this dispute between him and his own base, and things got downright heated, where it really started to set in.
Legendary Yao-Guai. I think I want the explosive opening because it's probably the best damage, really. It's crippled. Crippling him was good, look. This worked out for me. That sounded like a player. Go to level.
That this was not going to go anywhere, and it culminated in Dan Bongino going off on multiple people within Trump's regime. And the article paints Bongino as probably the most savvy, dare I say, reasonable person, albeit for self-serving purposes. But I just want to read to you an extended excerpt that shows you how scorched earth he went behind the scenes. So during a confrontation with Pam Bondi, they report that Bongino said, "You fucked this thing up from the start," Bongino yelled at Pam Bondi. "The way you've been talking about this, that dumb fucking charade with the Epstein files, that they're on my desk nonsense, all the promises to the folks out there." Patel and Bongino both subsequently told the White House official that Bondi needed to resign. And it's embarrassing because the original memo that kind of started this shitstorm in the first place, Bongino didn't support that, but Patel was like, it's not a great idea, but go ahead and do it. So he's trying to bury her.
I love this scene. It's the most realistic scene I've seen in a video game in a long time, except for that crappy blue truck over there. So it was like edited out. It reminds me of the real world. This is how the real world would kind of look. I used to turn on proximity on custom just to add mobs to it, but I mean it's insane. You don't really need to do that. Still use the bullet drop. Or to not do it. Whatever that was. Killed him. I love that ding sound. Notice these guys are weak to explosives. So cool. That's a Scorch Beast. It's midnight, got late fast.
For something that
game. Stand a large grenade, long scope. I'm looking for suppressor. And I'll use a hunting rifle again, but I need a doctor's orders or what are they called? Long shot. I think it's called long shot. I need a long shot, and that means spending legendary credits. Just getting a lucky roll. Getting named mobs out of cracks. I'm sorry, named Legos off the vendor is really not easy. It takes forever. It's like a lot of a grind. But, I mean, I'm in the mood to play the game, so yeah. ESO was fun, but I don't think I want to play it any longer. It was good. 12:05. I want to see if my pet will just kill things outright. Without, like, me doing anything. but kill that Cuomo worker. Why too? Saved by the Bell. Ooh, werewolf transformation increased rank 2. It's a lot more fun because it's hard. Why are my drones away? got him. I never get tired of this soundtrack. It's not my favorite soundtrack of all time. I can just listen to it all day because it just never gets boring. Like, never gets... I think I broke his legs. I love the M79 actually. Oh, headshot, bitch. Oh no. Oh, no. Here is somebody up. It's James Akata and a Kestrel. James Akata and a Kestrel. James Akata. Approach, approach. What? Oh, he caught me. James Akata. Oh. Fucking annoying. Well, I'm gonna kill him. I got him. Good fight. I lost something, though. Oh, no, I didn't. No, I didn't. I lived. I lived. I lived. Well, I mean, I can't repair her, so I don't know what to do. I don't think I can do anything. What was that sound? Oh, it was like the wolf thing. I lived! I lived and I killed him. I got a kill. I don't know how he caught me. Okay, so I want to summon one of these. We're going like this way, I guess. There, kill that shark. Let's see if he can kill it just outright. No, I don't think he can. Got him. Lead Ashen interface gate is now available to scry. I don't know what that is. But that is. Now I'm standing on something like a spawn, so I don't want to be at the spawn, but I want to go west to this thing over here. Swing. me. No! What killed me? Oh, come on. Firebite. It was a fire. Firebite. 17k, you asshole. Let's loot his wreck. Cool, I'm like burning. You can see the fire. That did look cool. $4 mil worth of stuff. He just won't attack. He won't do it. Because of whatever's happening in here. What is it? Oh no, it's just inspector. Why am I right? Because I'm at the wreck. So go back to this thing. With some gear and a little bit more damage, I would do better.
That he could have stopped as FBI director. But to get back to Bongino, you know, he was so pissed off that he leaked a story to ABC News and then they caught him. So Susie Wiles, Trump's chief of staff, confronted him about this days later, to which he responded, "I'll tell you what," Bongino replied, "I'll give you $100,000 cash right now. I'm not kidding. Walk out to the West exec, put that reporter on speaker and get him to admit I leaked it. $100,000. Wiles snapped back, "Well, we all got ourselves into this." Bongino cut her off. "No, no, no, no. We didn't get ourselves into anything. I warned you guys about this the whole time and you ignored me. And exactly what I said was going to happen happened. happened. And now you're pretending I was in on this. I was never in on this. Bongino's aggressive response to Wiles startled others. She was the White House chief of staff, essentially a stand-in for the president. Wiles put Bongino on the spot. Going forward, she said, "We're all in. We're all going to agree to move forward. Are you in or not?" "No, I'm not," Bongino said. "This is not my plan. I'm not part of this going forward. Forget it. I'm out of here." He stormed out of the Situation Room and onto West Executive Avenue, where he climbed into the back of Patel's armored SUV and directed the driver to take him to FBI headquarters. I would have loved to be a fly on the wall during these arguments. Now, in some ways, I'm sympathetic to Dan Bongino because it's true that he was one of the people who tried to warn them. Susie Wiles was one of these folks that was like, listen, this is all going to blow over. This Epstein thing is not really a big deal. Trump weathered so many other storms, so he's going to weather this storm too. And Bongino tried to convince her that that's not actually the case. This is a scandal that's different and could harm him, but they didn't listen to him. So I understand why he was so frustrated, because now he looks like shit because of the administration's mishandling of this. Now, there was speculation at the time and hope among Bongino's friends that he would resign at that point when they had that argument, because he felt like he'd been thoroughly discredited because of the regime's handling of the Epstein files, rightfully so, seeing as how he was one of the people who beat the drum the loudest about Trump releasing the Epstein files before he worked for the regime. And he later lamented how he basically lost everything. He gave up everything because of the way the regime handled the Epstein files. He gave up his $1 million podcast to work for Donald Trump, and now he lost it all because they completely blundered it. So given those feelings, you would expect him to be angry and just straight up quit right then and there, right? Because when you read this, it looks like that's where it's headed. But he actually didn't quit then and there. Like, he ended up resigning eventually, but the regime convinced him to stay on at least a little bit longer because they thought it would look really bad for Donald Trump if Bongino resigned at the height of their Epstein controversy. And Bongino decided to do just that for the sake of Donald Trump. Explicitly. He's like, yeah, I'll do that. So in other words, he risked tarnishing his own reputation in order to spare Donald Trump's reputation. I mean, that is the level of sycophancy we're dealing with here, from the most sympathetic person in this entire piece. And the obvious question is, why are people so loyal to a man implicated in a fucking pedophile ring? And the answer is because they never really believed that there'd be anything too damning about Donald Trump in the first place. And when they finally discovered red flags in the Epstein files about Donald Trump specifically, they just didn't care. In fact, they were debating how the public would react to a particular allegation they found about Trump's nipple-flicking fetish that was revealed by Epstein accuser Sarah Ransom. Quote, in the emails, Ransom claimed that she knew a girl in Epstein's sex trafficking ring named Jen, who said she had sex with Donald Trump. Ransom also claimed that Jen had told her that Trump had a predilection for nipples and that he had aggressively flicked and sucked hers. Ransom wrote that she had seen evidence when she shared a bathroom with Jen. Quote, they looked incredibly painful and they were red and swollen, and I remember wincing when I looked at them, she wrote. Blanche argued that in context, the Ransom document and Ransom's disavowal of some of her other claims would make clear why the allegations related to Trump had never been pursued for prosecution. Besides, these allegations were already available online because of what had been unsealed, so there was no reason to leave them off the Justice Department website. The vice president said he thought the president would be okay with releasing the nipple-related documents, arguing that Trump had been accused of worse. Quote, I think we should put it out, he said. It would cause people to say we're going further than we need to. Wiles quickly responded that the president would not, in fact, be okay with it. It was a point no one wanted to continue debating. One official would later describe it as a surreal experience to be discussing nipples in the White House Situation Room.
I'm gonna call him the Nipple King.
Yeah, I bet. And the way that they talk about it in such a cavalier manner is actually really nauseating, because you're not just discussing a potential kink that the president has. It's not merely embarrassing to the president. You're discussing alleged physical abuse of a victim of sex trafficking.
I don't know if it's a kink to like sucking on nipples, but okay.
By your fucking boss.
Oh, that's like his main thing now? If that's his main thing, yeah, it is kind of a fetish, huh?
This is an Epstein victim that we're talking about here. And I'm not sure what the age of this victim was when it happened or whether or not it was consensual, but the way that they didn't even consider the pain Trump may have forced her to endure really speaks to how sick these fucking people are. And the irony is that they thought this wouldn't be taken seriously because Sarah Ransom isn't a credible witness in their eyes since she retracted her claims about Epstein, but she later explained that she did that because she feared for her safety. But they saw that as a persuasive excuse to save Donald Trump's ass because they very clearly didn't care about the victims, even though one of their excuses for not releasing the Epstein files in the first place was that they wanted to protect the victims. Which is so ironic because behind the scenes, we now know they were treating Trump like he was the only victim based on how they prioritized getting this to go away as quickly as possible above everything else. And that's the key takeaway, I think, from this story. And it tells you exactly why Donald Trump picked all of these people, because their loyalty to him is truly unconditional. But again, we already knew that. It's just a little bit surreal to see how unwavering they really are behind the scenes. And Epstein's ex-assistant told members of the House Judiciary Committee that she used to set up quarterly calls between Epstein and Trump. And she said that this week. And we all now know that his cronies aren't even thinking through the implications of that close relationship between their boss and Jeffrey Epstein. Rather, they're already trying to think of ways to downplay it because they clearly have no qualms with working for an alleged pedophile. Hell, I'm convinced that they still wouldn't care if they saw a video of Donald Trump committing a crime of that nature. Because, I mean, they've already sold their souls to him. So there isn't anything that Trump could do that they wouldn't defend. It's truly despicable. So if you know someone who still supports Donald Trump in 2026, this is the sickness that they're choosing to overlook. It's not complacency or ignorance. It is a choice that they are making. They're choosing to support Donald Trump still throughout all of this, and that speaks to their moral bankruptcy.
Do yourself a favor and click the join button on YouTube to become a member, because Mike's doing a great job. Getting to watch his videos before everyone else is tremendous. Many people are saying this. Join today, folks. You won't regret it.
Europeans not believing America is real is like a concept that's floated around the internet for a while now. I even made a video covering it a few years back, like the European mind can't comprehend this or something. Whether it be our KFC, Pizza Hut, taco combination fast food places, rest in peace, our 8 billion lane wide highways, a Waffle House, or the very concept of a Buc-ee's existing. It was almost a tongue-in-cheek way of just showing off something ridiculous like a 10-pound burger and saying the European mind can't comprehend it. Not even in like a real national pride sort of way all the time. It was usually, when I saw it, Americans making a joke at our own expense. Like, what an absurd nation we live in. But in reality, when anybody goes to a new place for the first time, it doesn't really matter where. It could literally be like a different town in your country. You're bound to get some kind of culture shock. It happens when folk from the US go over to Europe or somewhere in Asia. It happens when people from Europe come over to the States. But usually you only see this type of culture shock blow up online in like really small bursts. Like you have to see something really ridiculous just in the wild and post about it in a way that's relatably mind-blowing to a bunch of other people for it to cross your timeline. It has not been so rare recently, as posts from people all over the world, but including Europeans, mostly Germans for some reason, having their jaws dropped at some random thing in the deep south has just been all over my Twitter feed. And this is because it just so happens that the biggest sporting event in the world, the World Cup, is taking place in the United States this year. Also a little bit in Mexico and Canada, where I'm sure similar sites like these are happening. Hi again, guys, and I'm gonna be completely honest, I don't know why we're the host country. Like, soccer has never really been our thing. Football means a different sport to most people here. And we keep rejecting the visas of not just fans who are like paying thousands of dollars to put money into local economies, but also in some cases like literal people who are involved with the tournament. Whoever was in charge of the location picked a hell of a fucking time to do it here. But now, after all the talk and build up to actually get to this point, we're finally gearing up for the actual tournament. The greatest soccer/football players from all over the world, as well as millions of fans, are coming into the United States to root for their favorite team. Different countries are setting up their base camps at cities all over America. What? Algeria is in Lawrence, Kansas. Croatia finds itself training out of a high school, which might sound ridiculous until you see the facilities they're actually working with. Yeah, some high schools in America actually look like this. I visited a few when I was younger and always felt a bit salty that the one I went to didn't look like that. In the main story of today's video, Croatia finds itself trading out of a high school, which might sound ridiculous until you see the facilities they're actually working with. Yeah, some high schools in America actually look like this. I visited a few when I was younger and always felt a bit salty that the one I went to didn't look like that. And the main story of today's video